Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Mental Roulette Live with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. More Mental Roulettes. Like last time, I have the wheel ready, and well, we'll try to do about 10. We'll see how many we get. Since I'm assuming like this large squad here are here to try and snipe me. Sometimes they are, so I am going to make sure I say when I'm queuing so that they have a chance. And given my track record, it seems like that's only fair because I think on the first one we did, a few people sniped me by accident, as in they weren't trying, they just happened to. And I think the only one that managed to snipe me was Aridel, so far. But Aridel didn't queue anything specific when doing so it's just we're in the same duty. Now, that said, hey Nox, hey Telema, hey Zarf, hey Seros, hey Milo, hey Kat, hey Naomi, hey Vince, hey Daniel, hey Zipzap, hey Agent Monica, hey Ilya, hey Fashday, hey Multiweight, hey Brontome, hey Shorakai, hey Vivi, hey Z, and hey Teal. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're all doing well. And also, hey Mizunashi, hope you're doing well. And that's awesome, Teal. I need to get down to my car. By the way, Shorakai, hasn't it been a while? I feel like it has. Hey Blas, hope you're doing well. Right then. So, doink. And doink. Let's see what we get first. White Mage. Oh, I forgot something really important that we have to do when we're doing this. It's only fair to all the strangers that I will meet. Did I forget anything? Hey Bob and Matthew and Ederet, hope you're doing well. And that's awesome, Shurakai. Right, I will queue when it says 1825. They really need to put those settings on the one setting somewhere. Yeah, they really... you know, Zaf, I would like that. I will also accept being able to save specific presets so I can just swap between two. Like, I would take that too. I am going to guess we're getting like an MSQ roulette. Or maybe expert roulette. It is just around the daily reset after all. Halatali. A dungeon like this is not too bad to be a white mage. I would actually say it's worse to be a sage. Since then you can't, like, you don't have a dot or anything. You just have to try your best to keep up. APH, hope you're doing well. I see we're going with the no defensive cooldowns needed approach. Hey Jules, hope you're doing well. Hey Steve, hope you're doing well as well. Taldaman and Agent Monica landed in the same Vanguard. Oh, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Vanguard is pretty fun, right? Daniel says, how often do you accidentally press skills you don't have in sync down content? Not that often, but it's definitely more likely if I'm playing a job I'm less acquainted with. Oh, whoops, I forgot to reapply my dot. I also, last set, I did this thing when I was Black Mage in Striking Back, that I would do the... When I actually could reapply my Thunder conveniently so I could, you know, do Transpose into Ice for an instant cast. I did Transpose Swift Cast and then I was like, oh wait, I only have Blizzard 1. And I did Blizzard 1. It doesn't do anything. Like, the Swift Cast doesn't do anything. Like, it doesn't help, at least. Was I in Maya? Nope, you're doing well. The age-old strat of pulling one room at a time and never pressing a defensive cooldown. Ah, of course. In fairness... Oh, he did. There was a rampart there. In fairness, it's not like it's needed. It's more that they dropped below half HP and they were still not using anything. Like, at that point, I start to be like... Are you just... not going to do anything? Like, are you just gonna leave it up to me fully? Plus side, they aggroed the sprites. Oh, that's true. But that's also easier when they don't, like, continue pulling. Nonk should have an AoE. No, I believe that's 26. And they get the Arm of the Destroyer. Oh, right. The winch. Boink. Oh, it's a bomb. Blech. Oh, it's a bomb. Uh-oh. Thank you, Z. Nate. Hope you're doing well. Why did you suddenly lose so much HP? How is that even possible? A haunted mask? Hope you're doing well. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's just that, you know, in low-level dungeons, you typically can get away with just pulling everything. And some players forget that not all players will pull everything. And especially something like Halatali, where, you know, you have to have someone stop and click the winches at least. It is a lot more likely that someone will run ahead, forgetting that you have to do that. And that, of course, means that that particular dungeon is more likely to cause problems like that. But yeah, it is certainly not unusual. It's not unusual that someone will, like, just keep running, because technically it's a low-level dungeon, and technically you can pull everything, and it's not Stone Vigil, so it's not that dangerous to do it if the tank and healer are paying attention. But if it's the DPS doing it, you know, they're basically signing a contract that that they themselves cannot fulfill on their own. And that sometimes causes some problems. It shouldn't matter, but like if the team is not in agreement on this, like if we're going to talk a little bit about things going weird here, you can see the monk, for instance, is really bringing it. They're using sprint as often as they can, pretty much, and attacking enemies as they run. I don't think that Gunbreaker has used sprint, which is part of the reason why I don't use sprint. Like, it doesn't do anything. Exactly, Jules. Exactly. I'll say, Cell Dragon, hope you're doing well. New Final Fantasy XIV anime? Or the animation with the ninja puller? Or the wall-to-wall pull, sorry. Right, yeah, I have seen it. It's really good. And it's also like highlighting a lot of things that I basically say, don't do that. Like, typically I say don't do that. Hey Voidhunter, hope you're doing well. I will say the tank in that animation took the getting yanked with the rescue in stride. Like, they just went, oh, okay, I guess we're doing that. And yeah, that sounds about right, Nememiah. Like, that's the thing. That if you haven't tried, like, being a little bit more reckless, you don't know how dangerous it is to be a little bit more reckless. If you haven't tried letting the DPS and healer, like, just let them tank a few hits for you and see how it goes, then you will never know how much punishment they can take. Like, I feel like the most likely players to be like overly protective of their team, like, oh, I have to pull everything, DPS can't even touch the mobs if I don't have aggro, are likely to not quite understand that the rest of the team are not made of cardboard. They can actually take a few hits and it'll be fine. And some of the ways you learn these things is by being in the other seats. Like, let someone else tank. Like, that's also a thing, is that if you only play tank or only play healer exclusively, then you will never ever see how someone else plays that role in a dungeon if you don't, like, I don't know, look up videos or something about it. Because how would you? Like, you're the tank every time, or you're the healer every time. So when someone says, hey, could the healer maybe attack a bit? You don't know. By the way, Brontom, do you know what the animation is called? Or who made it? Like the name of some of it, so Jules knows how to find it? Remember, you cannot post links in the chat. It won't punish you, but it just won't send. Also, hey, False Geek. Hope you're doing well. Brontom will put a link to it in the community Discord, Jules. Right. Next up. Fair, Matthew. You win. You win this time. Reaper. You add someone to your friend list, it has to load the friend list twice. Why? Hey. I will queue when it says 23:10. Cell Dragon says, somewhere I read a DPS pulling is just another mitigation for the tank. It is! If the DPS uses arm's length, they also put like an attack speed slow on the enemies that happen to hit them. So like it helps a lot if the DPS is really smart about it. They just have to make sure to bring the mobs to the tank. Like a particularly interesting thing I heard some people say on my Kiting Doesn't Work Mythbuster video recently is that a few people said the reason why they tell the DPS and the healers that kiting doesn't work is not because kiting doesn't work, it's because they would rather have them think it doesn't work so they don't run away with the mob. But what I find funny about that is that you could have spent that time explaining to them that it would be smarter if they kited the mobs over to the tank. Like, kiting works, just kite it in this direction instead of that direction, yeah? You know? Like, bring it this way. But yeah, if you have only played one role, try and play the other roles, just to let someone else have a go at it in your groups, essentially. I also said that about extremes. I think it was a machinist mentor roulette set where I landed in Nidhogg Extreme twice with some of the same players. Where one of the recommendations I made was, if you're going to queue for an extreme, fair enough. If you're on the free trial, you might not have other options. It's something in the game, I'm not gonna fault you for that. However, if you are going to queue, at least give it a fair shot. And if you're going to queue with a pre-made, unless you're absolutely like god tier at the game, like if you're sure that you know what you're doing, absolutely certain, then you can of course do whatever you want. But if you're less experienced, like if you're even remotely uncertain, then do not be both of the tanks and do not be both of the healers. Let a random be the other tank and the other healer. That other random could be garbage. They could be worse than you, but they might teach you something. Whereas your like insulated group of friends are going to make the same mistakes if you're like new to the game, playing through the game. So let someone else have a go, right? there's also the possibility that the other tank or the other healer is going to like hyper carry you. But if you bring both of them, then the fact that 2 bad tanks can make Ramuh Extreme impossible means that you're basically signing your own death warrant. 2 bad healers in like Leviathan Extreme might be a death sentence too. Yeah, enemy parties! Oh boy. At least it's a more interesting rotation than Pixelmancer. Ooh, it's better codes. Wow. Amazing. But yeah, that is a big tip from me. And notice that my tip wasn't don't queue for extremes. Because, like... In fact, oh, Summoner, it might just incentivize people to queue more for extremes just to annoy me or something. I don't mind. I'm not kidding. You may notice that in most of my Mentor Roulette videos, I open the video with like, and we're doing it on a Monday evening. I specifically do it in Monday evenings, partly because, well, I do it in evenings, partly because that happens to be convenient for my schedule. But I also found that it worked really well to do it in the evenings. Oh, thank you, Kraken. No, that is a very good point. Thank you. And also hope you're doing well. But also because I learned that seemingly Guildhests appear to be slightly less common and extremes slightly more common in the evenings. So I'm basically deliberately trying to queue into those extremes. So I'm not saying don't do that. I'm just saying maximize your chance of success. That's what I'm saying. Also, hey Red Mail, hope you're doing well. I will queue when it says 1:00, so on the next hour start on the timer. A frightening boost to physical damage. Oh, insta-queue. Let's see if I brought enough spell speed. I did not, but it doesn't really matter. That should work. Oh boy. Oh man. Oh, Agent Monica's here. Nice. Well, that does actually massively improve this, I'd say. So suddenly it's not so bad because Agent Monica's here. That was a weird wall. Hey Rydian, hope you're doing well. Do you think they'll ever get rid of Guildhests? I mean, anything's possible, but I feel like it's a piece of content that they've kind of just left there. And like just been like, it doesn't hurt anyone that it's there, so maybe we'll revisit it one day. It's been a while since I played Summoner, apparently. I think I tested something where I moved those two around. Yeah, I would say the best they could probably do would be rework it as a better tutorial. But that would also be, you know, a lot of work. Me. Oh yeah, I do my mental roulette sets in the evenings to avoid Guildhests. Also me. Are you ready for triple Guildhests, guys? Are you ready? Don't we already have the tutorial arena thing? We have, Daniel, but it's actually really bad. Like, the new upgraded version introduces a few things, but it's still very basic. LQ when it says 210. Ilana, hope you're doing well. That's probably a Guildhest. That is probably a Guildhest. Well, and yeah, Voidhunter, I am Danish. Yeah, not a whole lot better. The longest Guildhest. Also, hey, Fish and Emily, hope you're doing well. I would take this over a Guildhest, but I would rather not have multiple of these. We swapped spots? Oh. What's cooking with the Viper? How are they having difficulty keeping up with the White Mage? Huh? What the Viper doing? Hey Darkrin, hope you're doing well. Are we able to buy name day cakes for someone's birthday? I don't know. I don't know. The Viper's catching up, I think. I don't know how much they're catching up. But it was pretty funny to see them at the bottom for a bit. Name day cakes are below 100 gil on the market board. But there you go. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That's a long run. I should have slide casted into the center ages ago. Does healing still give a bigger boost to heal aggro? I mean, healing applies a lot of it, like, also produces enmity. So kind of yes and kind of no. So if a healer is being particularly spammy with their healing, then yes, it could make a significant impact. But this healer appears to be mega optimizing. I have been paying attention to what they've been doing, and they are like, they put regen on the tank, but they're letting the tank drop low to like benediction them and things like that. So I don't think that they were winning because of spamming heals. But yes, healing does impact the aggro. I have done, I think it was in a Shiva extreme, where I had a healer that was, like, they really liked to use Medica too. And they were like top 3 on enmity. Because they were spamming so much AoE healing. So it can matter. And yeah, true. Healing over time does not generate enmity. Does the aggro of healing become the equivalent of healing potency? Not quite. Heals are typically divided by 2. And then the amount is spread evenly on all the targets. So the more targets there are, the less like potent it is on the main target. You could say. And some heals also have like additional built-in negative multipliers. A little bit like how in recent Mythbuster I demonstrated that there are those tank actions that do additional enmity. The exact actions that have these negative multipliers I'm actually not sure about, because it hasn't mattered like since Shadowbringers pretty much. What would Benediction do? Well, you use it on, you know, you use it on the tank, for instance, and then you heal their full HP in healing. Then you take that number, divide it by 2, and then you count the number of targets, divide the number by that, and then you give that amount as enmity to every target. Which is also why there's this meme trick in Castrum, where Sid technically has an HP bar in a little section, but he has like 2 million HP. So if you use Benediction on him, is it only 258k? I thought he had 2 million. If it's 258k, if we assume it's 250, let's assume it's 250k HP. Then Benediction would heal him for 250k flat. Then you divide that by 2, so 125k. And then there's like 8 enemies. Like, I think there's like 8 or 9 mobs there. Let's say 8, for the sake of a little bit of simplicity. Then you divide 125k by 8, which is like 16k, 15, 16k. Which is still a lot, because that means the tank, with their tank stance multiplying their enmity by 10, would have to do like 1.6k damage to each mob to like peel them off the healer. Or less than that, if they're using their additional enmity AoE combos, as we investigated recently. Which means, for example, that a warrior using overpower would only need to do like 500 or 600 damage with specifically overpower to fix that. Which is probably part of the reason why a lot of people have heard of this meme, and some people go, that doesn't matter, because if they do it as a warrior, then it takes like 2 or 3 hits to do it. Donald says, I wait until there's 2 enemies left. Well, that would do it. There's also specifically one of the mobs that has more HP than the rest, so that would be funny. Also, hey Tsui, and Zorma, and Donald, and Cole. Hope you're all doing very well.
The hour is at hand. Behold but a sliver of my god's power.
But yeah, the fun fact, the healing over time generates 0 aggro is a like has become a surprisingly common misunderstanding. Or the opposite, that healing over time generates enmity, still has become a myth, you could say, depending on how you like decide to phrase it. Similar to how, for some reason, people still believe that provoke only sets your enmity to the maximum of the team +1, and they will believe that even when shown footage demonstrating the opposite. They will believe that it is still true. And it has that specific claim has been false since the start of Shadowbringers.
Such devastation! This was not.
And yet they changed the way heal over time effects work in Endwalker. Sometime in Endwalker. I think it's 6.2? 6.1 or 6.2. And the reason why some people think that it still doesn't work, quote-unquote, is because they notice that when you put regen on the tank, it still generates aggro. But the aggro generated by using regen on the tank is buff enmity. Using actions like applying buffs to players generates enmity. I actually demonstrated this in a Mythbuster as well. If you get in combat with something, like you have a tank, just use Tomahawk or something on a striking dummy, and you as a ninja just stab the striking dummy once, then if you just use like your hand signs, like you do the ding 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 thing, if you spam that, you will notice that your enmity will slowly increase because you're technically applying buffs to yourself, which generates a marginal amount of enmity, but it's enmity. Hey Bonyu, hope you're doing well. Also, hey Dale, hope you're doing well. Tremble. But yeah, since the change in Endwalker, healing over time does not generate enmity. Like, it straight up does not generate enmity. It's just that the other things in the process does. And if you're not paying close enough attention, you'll misunderstand. I wonder if Transpose applies aggro. It might. It would be pretty easy to test. Hey Midichlorian and Sky Shots, hope you're doing well. To your question, Midichlorian, stack might not be necessary, but using a defensive cooldown is probably a good idea. I believe when he does triple, he is capable of, like, with no intervention, he can kill a tank. Like, actually. Like, if you just take it straight to your face, the triple spark has the capacity to kill. Which is, I guess, a funny way to word it, but basically it does enough damage that he can kill you if you're not respecting him. And yeah, that is what double and triple does. It basically makes it so that when he uses spark, they hit one or two more times, but they hit with a slight delay. Which is why healers can basically, like, keep the tank alive in between hits. Oh, that's a lot of damage. That's really, oh dear. Getting a little dicey here. Hey Fern and Catfish Jr., hope you're doing well. Shame that my Swift cast was still on cooldown. That would have been a perfect time for transpose. Couldn't you accidentally pull with the pre-pull region before that change? Like technically? Like technically you could? Let me put it like this. Before Shadowbringers, tanks didn't actually generate so much enmity as they do now. So if a healer decided to put like regen on the tank as they were pulling, the tank might have pulled the mobs with like one AoE attack, and that regen was going to over aggro that on its own pretty easily as well. Which is why players that came in before Shadowbringers might have this weird nervous tick about that they get scared when they see a regen on them as a tank, even though they don't really have a reason to. Because in Shadowbringers, tanks' enmity got boosted so hard that it doesn't matter anymore. But technically, yes, if the tank misses an enemy, then the healer might gain aggro on that enemy by virtue of generated more than 0 enmity on that target. The reason why it hardly matters, though, is that how should I put it? If the tank missed the enemy, guess who's getting aggro? It's not going to be the healer. The answer is not the healer. It's going to be a DPS going ham on the AoE. We all know this. So, like, it technically, by a technicality, if the tank misses a mob, then the tank has generated 0 enmity. And so the tank basically body pulled the mob, which is an old school way of pulling that sometimes was done before Shadowbringers. Why? But it sometimes came up that it was basically tanks just going, I'm just gonna pull with my face, and then I'll start aggroing when we're like when we reach our destination. And given that everyone shouldn't be cleaving anyways, because tank enmity was kind of meh back then, like you would over aggro if you did. Guaranteed. It didn't matter whether the tank did more than nothing. Technically. But it was just, there's just no reason to be that stingy, because like every tank, if they just used one AoE attack, just one, it was slightly safer, and by the time they'd reached their destination, they would have recovered that TP anyway, so no point. Oh, in what duty, Fern? Aggroing part of a pack doesn't even matter anyways. Indeed, the main reason why it kinda mattered in, for instance, Stormblood. Oh boy, ported Ana. Oh dear. Even back in Stormblood, it didn't matter that much. The reason why it could matter is because if you over aggroed the tank by like healing the tank immensely, as a healer, the tank wouldn't be able to like snap the aggro back. They would need to use multiple attacks to get it back. And the healer might be able to take it while, you know, they're running, because they're effectively kiting the mobs, but at some point they have to stop to let the tank get it done, right? And that means the healer might have to take 1, 2, 3 hits per mob. You might be fine. You might also not be fine. But since Shadowbringers, it basically doesn't matter, which is why it's so funny that even in Endwalker, when this change was made, the people that knew that it didn't matter was like, that's a little late. If you had made this a region enmity change in Stormblood, it might have made a difference, but now, who cares? Like, barely anyone? The main point where I think it would actually be a problem, quote-unquote, is scholars don't, like, they would have to, like, dismiss their pet to avoid generating passive aggro, because Embrace also doesn't generate any enmity as of that same patch. But that is concerning, Fern. Nox says, we tested Transpose does generate enmity. Fantastic. That does not surprise me, actually. Wasn't Summon Eos a long cast time? Yeah, it used to be. But Eos also used to have a cast time on Embrace, so while you were pulling, it was relatively unlikely that she was going to cast anything. Because the tank would just outrange her as they ran. Denso time. I will queue when it says 9 sharp. Oh no. Let me just do this real quick. I forgot to record actually spinning it and getting denser. You all saw it. I'm trying something different, so the last times I've just like recorded the whole stream locally and then just chopped it up in 15-minute parts, but then like it adds a lot of work of me like figuring out the starts and stops after the fact. Oh, Anamnesis Anyder, that's pretty good. So I'm trying to just like record each section, but now I forgot to actually record the roulette. Since it's a little funky in this level range. Alright, time for my burst. Oh yeah, I don't have anything. I guess I'll just AoE combo. Hey, Red Master. Hope you're doing well. It's a decent way to make money, Catfish Junior. I believe Zav does this. Is that correct, Zav? Also, congratulations, Z. Mobs, please arrive. Man. I thought it was gonna be Giga Brain, and then I'm just Smooth Brain. McGee. The big sad. Oh, both the tank and the healer knows me. If you're watching this later, you too, hello. I'm just gonna hold my bursty buttons, I think. Look guys, I prepared to burst on the boss. The Thunderbolt makes it generate more. That makes sense, Nox. I'm guessing it's because it doesn't reapply it if you already have it. Oh, thank you, Adel. Uh-oh. I forgot to look for the arrow in the last moment. Oh boy. Oh, never mind. AK the Phyllis. Hope you're doing well. Actually, Zav, not just that boss. This dungeon, I think I mentioned this in my most recent, like, hard wall-to-wall pulls video, that this dungeon had, like, the gigapole at the end of the dungeon that was obnoxious enough to some players that they would straight up refuse to do the dungeon. As in, there were I knew a few players that straight up didn't want to do expert roulette when this dungeon was in circulation in it. I don't think I've experienced that before. Like a dungeon so obnoxious to people that they'd rather just not play. The third boss is the one with the grates like in Sastasha. Also, did you know that Warrior can solo this dungeon? Are you surprised? Probably not. Oh, I should have held Shield Sound, but I just saw that the tank used Hallowed Ground there. Tell your tank to Gigapole or vote dismiss? Nope. And yes, of course, Fern. If you, like, oh dear. The location of my house in-game is on full display on the Discord server because you're welcome. And usually if you ask for where it is, someone will usually let you know where it is. There should be a link to the Discord in the stream description. There's also one on like the channel page itself. Sometimes Ardell also shares it, sometimes I do. Also, hey Gleaming, hope you're doing well. Thank you, Ardell. This mechanic tends to trip up players as well, because it looks like there's more to it. Like how the symbols actually matter. They don't. They could just as well, just say 1 and 2, and that would have been good enough. Oh boy. It almost worked. Hey, on tempo, offbeat. Hope you're doing well. You're saying that me being here is what's tripping them up. They're getting nervous. That's unfortunate. Uh-oh. Actually, on the last pull, there was one thing that I forgot to do that I could have done. I don't think it would have made enough of a difference, but I could have used improvisation, I just forgot. You know, I would personally prefer that we saved that limit break for the last pull if we're doing the big one. But given that we just wiped through the boss, I feel like there's a justification for L being that guy. Hey, Mr. Bright. Hope you're doing well. Why were the JP servers borked? I don't think they were borked. I'm pretty sure that they were just, like, changing something. Or maybe upgrading something. I don't think they specified what it was. But I'm pretty sure that JP servers borked is like the meme explanation of what was wrong. Of what was being done. They were forked. Hey Ninjax, hope you're doing well. I don't think we've had any bad groups. This group is, there's a couple players that know me, that say they're getting a little bit of nerves because I'm here. They're trying their best. And that's good enough for me. But yeah, I don't think any bad, like the worst we've had is we had 2 Guildhests. They say thanks, Jules. Oh, Nosrel, they asked. They opened by saying, "You're not streaming now, are you?" And I said, "Yes, I am. But your names are hidden." And that's part of the reason why I do that. Especially for these streams, is that imagine if someone completely goofed it. If I'm recording it in private, I can, you know, conveniently choose to not include the part where they goofed it. Or I can, like, the first everyone sees of it is me excusing it. Like me saying, oh yeah, well, that happened, but whatever. It's fine. So that it doesn't, like, it leaves a more positive impression. But if it's live, then everyone can see it. And the first thing they see is the person goofed it, right? So it adds that extra layer. In a way. Oh, I should have used Saber Dance there. To goof, one must first shut on. So I hope you're doing well, Nosrel. Yeah, that was to be expected. Looked like the group remembered that they had to think about that too late. I usually move way in advance like that, so that I'm already at my spot. On my corner. So that it makes it easier for everyone else to plan, but it seems like everyone kinda started planning a little too late. And then next up is more grapes, where this time it's a specific one in each corner that needs to be dealt with. So I usually deal with that by like choosing a corner, standing ready for it. No! Out of range! I shouldn't have done that. That was really stupid. That's incredibly stupid. Hey, Minisia. Hope you're doing well. Anamnesis is pretty fun. Thank you for reminding me about that, Ardell. Not sure how it all works with the whole YouTube algorithm and such, but it is very much appreciated if you are enjoying the stream that you leave a like on it. Like, I'm pretty sure that helps the algorithm go, oh, this is a good stream. People are not just putting it on because they have nothing better to do. They actually enjoy it. So, very much helps me. So thank you so much in advance. Hey, Exo thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. Boink. Genius clicks away from the wheel as it's spinning. That's a lot of DPS in a row, isn't it? I will queue when it says 40, so 1640. Hey Tran, hope you're doing well. DPS in need, ruining the perfect row. That's true, Jules. Surprisingly often that I get the supports reasonably quickly in some weird way. Intensely over tolerable. Yeah, 29 is pretty rough. Especially because, like, if that's what it is outside, then presumably it's going to be more inside. Jules says, anyone have a suggestion on a surge protector? My 6-year-old one caught fire 2 days ago while I was in the room. I don't have any suggestions, but yikes. Mr. Bright says, don't you have AC? I'm Scandinavian. Good to have you, Exochimera. Air condition is reasonably rare in at least Scandinavia, absolutely in Denmark, possibly in Europe. But I believe part of the reason for that is that, like, in the winter, it's actually very cold, and in the summer, it's not that hot. Like, we actually at least used to say in Denmark that Denmark had 1 day of summer. But sometimes, some years, they decide to switch that up when it's really warm. Yeah, it makes perfect sense if you live somewhere where it is extremely hot all the time that you have AC. I believe in some parts of the Middle East, not 100% sure where, but the reason why you might see that people are basically like, if they're out on the town, as it were, they're doing it in a car because the car has AC. And it's just not manageable without that. So it absolutely makes sense in a place where it is really warm. A few years ago, well, actually several years ago, there was this particularly hot summer, at least in Denmark, where we were advised to make sure to close windows and doors because it was actually more likely that it was that after, like, you wanted to keep in the colder night air for as long as possible. Like, close your blinds. To like keep out the heat as much as you could. And that was all we had. Like, that was the only option. And I think it was like 31 or 32. This guy's only AC is his moderation. Elf, that's correct. That is correct. An elf that fans me with a big palm leaf, where can I get one? Unfortunately, that's not always part of the job description. But, hey, that is a good point. Hi, Gyardil. Yeah, indeed, Fern, checking out the interior. Ah, it's also pink on the inside. Black mage and you wear water? That doesn't sound too bad, Nox. Yeah, the main floor and the upper floor was of my house was furnished by my wonderful friend Aria, and the basement was furnished by Sip, who's regularly on the streams. And is also one of my mods. And well, Aria wanted a pole in the dance floor room. 'Cause reasons. Ridmail says, I've definitely dragged at least 2 chatters into Under the Armor. Oh boy. We will never know why. Indeed. Who knows? Two classrooms? The classroom on the upper floor is actually a classroom. The one in the basement is like more like a presentation hall. You know, like a big meeting hall or something. So the quote-unquote green screen in the upper floor is actually like, you know, a board, like a chalkboard. And the one in the basement is a green screen. And yeah, there's also a Japanese-inspired class, like a Japanese topic classroom And there's also a chemistry lab. And in an art room. Welcome back, Bronzo. And hey, Itky. Hope you're doing well. Guys, the worst thing that could possibly happen happened. We have gotten not just not instant queue, but it's taking a while. I think we've gotten too many DPS in a row. And thank you, Bronzo. Yeah, that is a lot. Wow, do you think so? Guys, the duty finder decided that it's actually not 5 minutes that's the average wait time. It's actually 6. We have a problem though, because my queue time is 8 minutes. And yeah, indeed, Sarah, I can't remember what his name is, but that YouTuber that does both pole dancing and also does archery and knows a lot about it. Thank you, Aradil. You're bringing the average up? Oh no. I am the exception. This is, like, speaking of, I would imagine that if there was ever a time to snipe me with like an extreme or something, when my queue is like passing significantly over the average, I would assume it would be easier to snipe me. Because it's basically suggesting that I'm needed nowhere. Luminac? That could be. Nate Tess, hope you're doing well. Nate Rust, hope you're doing well as well. Yeah, Melissa, that would be what I would have done if I was just, you know, doing daily roulettes or something. But given that I spin a wheel and then choose what to play, then I can't just go, oh, well, DPS isn't popping, so I guess I'll go something else. Hey, hands up. Hope you're doing well. Back in, like, Endwalker, I would sometimes do, like, mental roulette sets where I would just choose a job that I felt like. Which also means that I would maybe queue as DPS and then just go, nah, I'm not waiting for that, and then just switch to tank or healer. Hey, Jenna. Hope you're doing well. I'm glad to have you. Midmasters is unrelated, but we're growing some carrots. My dog dug one of them up and brought it to me. Thanks. Well, I can't tell you to put it back. It's a little too late for that, but thanks, I guess. I don't think you were the only one that suggested it, Steve. And I chose to do it. And this just happens sometimes. This is, by the way, the main reason why when I do a DPS set, if I only do 10 duties exactly, but it doesn't seem like the duties took that long, it's because this happened several times. On the other hand, with tank and healer, most of the time, if I only get 10 duties done, it's usually because something took a long time. Like, actually the duties were long. But when it's DPS, it's usually because, like, usually I do the 10 duties in approximately 3 hours. Like, if I've done 10 before the 3 hour mark, I'll do more to, like, do it. If nothing happened in those 3 hours, I'll sometimes do more as well. And if I haven't done 10, I'll usually try to push it up to 10. Which means that if each duty takes plus, like, an additional 12 minutes or 13 minutes or 14 minutes because I'm sitting here twiddling my thumbs, then it's gonna be 10. And then I hope that something interesting happened. I would say something interesting happened already. The Anamnesis Anyder has a lot to talk about. But I have to make sure that I'm nice. I'm just kidding. I'm always trying to be nice. When I'm making those videos, it is important whether they are anonymous or not. It matters to me that what I say, whether they know me or not, whether they will ever know that they were recorded, I should treat them the same. Like, if I was going to be harsh on someone for like tanking poorly, then whether they know me or not doesn't matter. So I should make sure to like be nice about it. At least to the extent that if they actually walked up to me in person and said I was actually that person, I should still be willing to stick to my guns and say, yeah, and I meant that. I meant what I said. So, you know, I don't think there was like any massive issues. It was just like mostly mechanical stuff, and they probably haven't done that particular duty very many times. So the mechanics snuck up on them. They also snuck up on me on the first boss. Exactly, Malaysia. That's exactly also why it's important that, like, we don't say, oh, they suck. We try to make it reasonable. I'm the poor key part. Oh boy, level 50 Dragoon. Also, hey, Breadman. Hope you're doing well. This is not too bad. Although, level 50 Dragoon is a little bit meh. You can dunk on me if you want, I can take it. No worries, cat. But yeah, my point is that, it's only fair if, like, I treat everyone equally. And being too harsh, as Melissa said, could risk make someone who had the chops to be good at tanking just go, oh, I guess I suck at it. I'll just never play tank again. Whereas if you can be like a little nicer about it and go like, well, they did these things good, but there was this thing, then it looks like there's more to do. And exactly, Red Master. It's okay as long as you learn from it. That's really what matters. Y'all learn? Wait a minute, we were supposed to be learning? Nani? It's a really weird sound for Doomspike. Hey Shaq, hope you're doing well. And yeah, true, if you actually want to catch me judging you live, then there is a clip review room on the Discord server where if you post your clips, I will probably review them, presumably react to them, and maybe give some advice live on the walk and talk streams, which is usually about every other Thursday. So if you want to get my input on how you play a job, or you just want to show me something funny that happened, or you want to show something awesome you did, then that would be the place. That is a little bit awkward. Oh man, really? Almost nailed it. Me again. Oh, I found out the answer to something that I had to ask myself recently. Whether the charge has to be blocked with the statues, and it appears the answer is no. You basically want to stay away from the statues if you're not being marked with the weird, really bright spread marker. Are you kidding me? He really hates me in particular. It would have been a lot easier for the red mage to deal with it. But no, do it on the dragoon. That is strategically optimal, Ankak. Like, can't fault you for that. That is smart. Like, I usually meme on the bosses when they do raid wides when I solo them, because that's basically wasting time. But in that particular scenario, they were optimizing. They were using the mechanic on the one person that it would hurt the most. His father was a dragoon, really lost his head over it. Nice. Good one. Hey Perrin, hope you're doing well. And Hoboson, hope you're doing well as well. The reason why I wasn't using Piercing Talon, Perrin, was because I noticed that I wasn't that I actually, when I was behind that statue, I was just barely out of range. And I wasn't going to risk taking a step closer in case the beam would swap to me. But I was actually trying. And yeah, exactly, Hoboson. Risk it for the biscuit always. I actually recently were in this dungeon. And long story short, basically, basically everything that could go wrong went wrong. Ow. I should have just kited. We didn't wipe, but every mechanic targeted me just the same. And I goofed it pretty consistently. Which meant I got like 4 stacks or something from the laser beam there. Hey, Crabcake. Hope you're doing well. The Caetsu Chaiji. Exactly. Caetsu Chaiji, that's also a good one. Looks like there's some mobs on the loose. Mobs on the loose. Oh, whoops. I thought I was done. I mean, we can go this way. The map suggests that both paths would work. Hey, Bits. Hope you're doing well. And hey, Kobold. Hope you're doing well as well. That's also what I tried to do, Bits. It's just that the mobs hit just hard enough that I just got slapped. And also, I'm a Dragoon. All my mitigations is arm's length. And self-healing, I guess. But yeah, that is a good way to do it, Bits. And was indeed what I was trying to do. It just didn't work. It just didn't work. Oh boy, many ads. Oh, healer's dead? What? How? Well, I'll try to get this guy then. Ta-da! If only the red mage had berets. Yeah. Oh, the warrior had raw intuition. That would have worked too. Yeah, pretty much, Nox. That is basically the AoE rotation. Is flare, 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 star, blank, transpose, freeze, blank, transpose, repeat. Although the blank after flare star, you can, like, it's a good idea to skip that one and just, like, hard transpose if you're running low on blanks. The reason why it matters more that the ice section has the blanks is because it's 2 Gs, it's 1 GZD that you actually need to do, which means that if you don't have a blank, then you spend 2.5 seconds just twiddling your thumbs and you'd rather not cast freeze twice. Why did we have a Tangle Bee there? Also, to your question, Kobold, I don't know. I'm usually not too focused on, like, I'm usually just, like, either I kind of know what's coming, or I'll, like, I'm not expecting anything specific. So I'm not, like, I'm not awaiting anything in particular to be in live letter. Congratulations, Sky Shots. Now you just have to do it. 2,000 times. Oh. I didn't expect it to be that easy. Ow. Basically, Daniel, dungeons being hard mode is, I would say, is a huge misnomer. It's basically, I would say, a better way to play to name them would have been if they called them revisited or something, because most of them they have like it's just the same zone. Like it's basically the thing that makes them have something in common with the old version or the normal version is that it's the same dungeon. Sometimes you do the dungeon in reverse, sometimes like this one you do basically the same dungeon but a different path through it and with different lighting. But the bosses are... Uh-oh. I forgot to help the red mage, I think. Icky says, I'm not sure the tank knows that LB is a shared resource. I don't think so either. Actually, I don't think they're amenable to that kind of advice based on how they interacted with the party chat in the dungeon. There's also other things. So I'm just gonna leave it. Yeah, they basically used LB when it was available. Presumably they didn't realize it's a shared resource. It's also possible they did know. What I saw them do in the dungeon was they like... I wasn't paying that close attention, but let's say they weren't either. Because on the second boss, when the healer died, because the healer got aggro... How did they get aggro, first of all? But second of all, when the tank realized they were going down too, they stopped and asked for heals from the healer that was dead. Technically, the healer had respawned and run back to the gate, but... You know... Like, I think that's not the... Like, the... By the way, tank... Like, the LB is a shared resource is not the highest priority for them right now. Was AGL, and Lone Wolf, hope you're doing well. But yeah, essentially, the hard dungeons, quote-unquote, are just... It's the same dungeon, but with everything except the actual dungeon, like, visually changed. Hey, Lollipop Pizza, hope you're doing well. Like, it's the same zone, essentially. I believe that's also part of the reason why we don't see hard dungeons anymore, is because nowadays they'll just make new dungeons for each duty. But we also get less dungeons, so I don't know if that's a double win on that one. Hey Noir, hope you're doing well. Oh, Noi. Yeah, I would gladly... Like, I would gladly take an additional dungeon every now and then. If it was just, you know, hard version of an old dungeon. Where they just, like, switch some things around. Maybe added, like, a mechanic here and there. Like, it doesn't have to be much, but an extra dungeon would be pretty nice. So, like, I'm just saying... I don't know how much extra work it is, but, like... I'm just saying, I'm willing to put my bar, my expectations, I'm willing to lower them heavily if we could have more dungeons. I will queue when it says 4:30. Hey, Bezel Goose, hope you're doing well. The TPS streak continues, yep. But yeah, that was also something... so a while back, I made a video on the problem that came up a little bit in discussion for a while. That a lot of people were annoyed that you don't get to keep your toolkit as you get synced down, which... I mean... It would be extremely difficult to balance that, in my opinion. You could argue that low-level dungeons are not balanced anyway, but I'm just saying there's no need for you to just insta-kill everything in Zastasha by bringing the whole samurai toolkit or whatever. But I understood that part of the reason that a lot of people were complaining about that was because at the time, there were... I can't remember if it was before or after Uewata came out, but that basically meant there were like 5 dungeons you could do at max level synced, and like 4 normal raids and like 2 trials. So like if you wanted to play at max level, most of the, like, you were extremely limited on how much content you could have, and to some degree I believe the crux of the argument for a lot of players was not I want to like dumpster the dungeons with my big toolkit. It was more a case of I want to use my toolkit in more varied content, which, like, I have no argument against that. Like, that one, totally fair. Like, and I will also say I feel like I've noticed that the amount of that specific complaint has reduced since, like, an additional raid tier came out. There's the new Occult Crescent. Like, there's starting to be some content to do at max level with some variety. So there's less of a need or desire for, why can't I use my toolkit in, I don't know, Zastasha? Like, it's not that it has to be Zastasha, but it's just like, if we say any content, then Zastasha is content. And I can see it's a very fair argument. But the thing is, because of how the internet tends to exaggerate things, a lot of people that might have really just felt that decided to instead go full extreme mode and say, no, I want to have my toolkit in all content just because. Or some other unrelated reason. And that's true, Betelgeuse. I think something that is worth considering here is that if a problem is a problem at the start of every expansion, at some point it might be reasonable to ask, why have we not tried to fix that? Right? Like, if this comes up at the start of every expansion, then why has there been no progress on trying to alleviate that? It's not that great if there's if basically the experience, stinging back again. If every expansion starts with with this bad experience. Hey Rose, hope you're doing well. Hey Shackman, hope you're doing well. You think it's possible for warriors to solo Paul to the command Unsynced? I don't. I would say there's probably a better chance that a Gunbreaker could do it. And the reason why is Warrior does not have raw intuition at level 50. So they're at a severe disadvantage. Like a severe disadvantage that they normally wouldn't have. Gunbreaker has Brutal Shell, but more importantly, because Brutal Shell is actually worse than Storm's Path in a way at level 50. But Gunbreaker has Aurora, and Aurora is insanely busted at level 50. I'll say some random person, hope you're doing well. They could just make unreal versions of existing dungeons. Yes! Exactly! Like, that is a good example of how they could, alleviate this problem. That, like, at the start of an expansion, there isn't that much max level content, so it kinda sucks. Like, you don't get to use your toolkit in very many places. Tim says, there is the option to run lower level content with all spells once level 100, but all spells that are over leveled for a particular duty would have a percentage efficiency reduced relative to how... It's a slightly different take on a suggestion I've heard before, Tim. But the problem is that how much do you nerf them by? Like, how much do you have to reduce it? A white mage that is level 18 in Sastasha, so a conjurer actually, only has stone for attacking, right? And arrow. A level 46 white mage would have holy and arrow too. To make that fair, they also have cure 2 and they have regen, so they can heal way better than the conjurer. So it doesn't matter how you fix it. If we assume there was infinite time So like it's not like a dev time issue. We just say any solution, it could be done. Then it's still like, well, how much do you nerf a level 46 White Mage by? Like how much weaker does Holy 1 have to be fair? In Zastasha, where healers don't have AoE attacks normally. Aggro 2 is a little easier because you can just nerf it to be equal to Aggro 1. But at that point, you've accomplished nothing. You've basically just said, yeah, you have Aggro 2, look. And it's like, no, I don't. It's just the visual of Aggro 2. And then, once you figure out how that is balanced, then I move the goalpost and say, what if the White Mage has Afflatus Misery? And Holy 3, and Glare 3, and Glare 4, and Dia, and they have all of those OGCD heals. They also have SIs, of course. Like, basically, a max level healer shrink down. Like, they would have too many tools, so there isn't really a good way to make it work. You could do the same with a tank or a DPS, but a healer is actually a really good demonstration of why it probably doesn't work. Because you would basically need to know how much you need to weaken the job's tools to make it fair at every level. Every single level you would need to check. So there isn't really a way to make it fair without a ludicrous amount of work. I would say it's probably a better solution, someone else said. Why not just make Unreal dungeons? That just scale up to max level? And then you can do those. And yeah, that's exactly what I was going for, Malaysia. That's also why I jumped to Holy first, was if it's single target, then it's reasonably manageable to balance that, because you can just go, well, how much single target DPS can this job do? And then you just nerf it until it matches what it could do at level 18. But there's no way to make that work on AoE without making it like, oh, yeah, well, your AoE just sucks. And at that point, it's actually kind of stupid to give it to me in the first place. Like, at that point, I feel like I'm the idiot for saying, oh, I get to have all my tools, but you made them all suck. Just so that I wouldn't cry about not having them, right? But it's a good suggestion, Tim. It's just, it's a difficult one because there's so many things to keep in mind. Also, to everyone that came in the middle of that spiel, I hope you're doing well. I think 42-2 and Freelon and Ruby, hope you're doing well. See, I just reached the requirement for, oh, Dark Knight, for Mental Roulette, but now I have to do a bunch of extreme trials, which I haven't done yet since I haven't played for over a year. What's the best option to get them cleared? It's all of the Endwalker trials. Do them unsynced. Look, you will need help, and for some of them, you will need to look up a guide. Specifically, Siromus, Guildhests, and to some degree, possibly Barbaricia, you will probably need to just review an unsynced guide, just to see, because there's like 1 or 2 things that can actually kill you, and this is especially true for Siromus. Of course, the extreme version. Igor says in Svtor, they just scale everything to level cap and dungeons to kind of fix that. So I have a very important question, Igor, because here's the thing. When I made the video on this topic, there were a lot of people that said, well, in World of Warcraft they made it work. But if you actually checked, World of Warcraft's time-walking dungeons and similar are insanely imbalanced, like ludicrously poorly balanced. So they made it work, quote-unquote, is not good enough when Final Fantasy XIV, like, they basically made it like a whole main mechanic of, like, the gameplay loop of Final Fantasy XIV. In World of Warcraft, it's an event that happens frequently, but it's an event. It's like, it's equivalent to saying, like, something hosted in the gold saucer is balanced. It doesn't have to be. Hey, Shaf, hope you're doing well. I will queue when it says 9. And hey, Caitlin, hope you're doing well as well. Well, actually, Cobalt, I've seen that recently the max level balance in World of Warcraft is pretty good in retail. Like, it's actually within reasonable distance of each other. But that doesn't matter when, like, the sync, like, when the quote-unquote synced content, where you're, like, doing it, like, level scale like that, is completely broken. But that's the funny thing, is that people go and say, well, it works in this game, but then they just look past the part where it doesn't. And I do agree with that, Gil. That it would be nice if jobs had, like, a little bit more of their base toolkit at, like, level 50. That would be nice. For some jobs, it's actually okay. Like, they function. And some jobs, it's like, well, they have a different rotation at level 50, but it's one that kind of works, so it's fine. But there are some where it's like, there's something missing. Like, a particular example I tend to point to is Monk feels like it kind of works at level 50, but then you realize that perfect balance is actually a DPS loss at level 50. Like, it's straight up a DPS loss to use perfect balance at level 50 at all. And you learn that at level 50. Like, that's... I would say that's, like... that's inexcusable. That's an oversight. Like, that's bad. That's bad. But it's such a small DPS loss that it, like, if you choose to use perfect balance anyway, like, no one's gonna notice. Like, the damage difference is basically nil. But that's weird too, isn't it? Because surely a developer looked at it and thought, well, this should at least be a damage gain, right? For the damage loss to be basically like 0.1% or something in the grand scheme of things, I don't know if it's exactly that much, that would suggest that no one checked. Or they overlooked something. No worries, Shackman. Reaper feels kind of funky at level 52. Well, Reaper I would say Reaper kind of works at level 50. I know it sounds ridiculous because it's like you barely have anything, but I'm just saying Reaper can stockpile resources. They actually can play around raid buffs. They have something at level 50. It's nowhere near what they have at max level, but compared to what some other jobs have, Reapers have no reason to complain. Like, they have slightly more than a 1-2-3 combo. Is that like the whole Art of War is a gain on one thing? A little bit? Like, Reaper can stockpile resources to then, like, double slap with their OGCD attack when they get a raid buff. Or like a card from Aslogian or something. Like, they have stuff they can do. Oh, it's the pole, so we should use a knockback immune for that. But admittedly, Reaper does feel a bit boring in that level range. Like, I'm not saying, yeah, well, it's the most fun thing on the planet. I'm just saying that there are definitely jobs that have it way worse than Reaper at level 50. This is the one where we have to knockback cancel it. It's not exactly my most elegant knockback cancel, but it kind of worked. Yeah, with the change to Ninja in Dawntrail, the thing with Armor Crush feeling like a requirement before Dawntrail for the job to kind of work nicely, that being removed in Dawntrail does definitely make Ninja feel less bad at 50. But yeah, this kind of discussion is exactly one that I saw quite a lot before the current raid tier. So that's why I think that, like, that doesn't mean that suddenly it's not worth talking about. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that, as someone else also pointed out, that, yeah, well, this problem happens at the start of every expansion. That the real problem, quote-unquote, is that at the start of an expansion, there's very little content to actually do with your snazzy new level 100 action, which is not very good. Hey Daniel, Duarte, hope you're doing well. Which of course means that as more content is added, this kind of complaint becomes less prevalent. People like care less about that specific problem as more content is added, so that the average player will just be like, I'll just do the max level content, it's fine, I'm good. I can manage with that. Oh, I was wondering. I felt like the boss before took longer than usual. Has the healer not been attacking at all? That healer's chilling, yep. Healers, yeah, I do believe they're a first timer. They also used Aggro there, and they are attacking on the boss. The thing is, they were using Holy on the first pull. Okay, then I take it back. Maybe they're a little frightened because of the amount of mobs that I pulled just now. If they are attacking, then there's a possibility. There's possibility that they'll improve. I'll say tasty. Hope you're doing well. But even if someone is a first timer, like that doesn't mean that they get to opt out of attacking as a healer. Like, if you're a first timer, that doesn't mean you don't have to use defensive cooldowns as a tank, right? It means that it is more excusable, but they should be attacking. If there's an opportunity to attack, they should be attacking. That cure 2 wasn't needed, for instance. The Easter egg? Jose Caldia, hope you're doing well. And thank you, Bronzo. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, I didn't even notice that, Erdo. Uh-oh. But yeah, that's the thing, is that a sprout, like having the sprout icon doesn't mean that you're suddenly like opting out, allowed to opt out of everything you can do to optimize. Like, try your best. The other the other players in the group are hopefully doing the same. But no one's saying you have to be perfect. Which is also why I'm saying, if I can see the healers attacking somewhat, then they haven't like gone down the path of healer should not be attacking, which is like some sort of cursed stage. As long as they're not at that point, they will eventually attack more and more and more, and they'll get better. Oh, okay, Erdil. Now I get it. Now I can see what it was that I missed. Because I did notice there was something weird with the dolls. There's something a little weird inside them, and apparently that was it. Right now I feel like that Dark Knight in the Y-Mage comic that wants to use Living Dead, but the White Mage will not allow it. I held my cooldowns a bit because of like, I'm so low that I could probably just Living Dead here, and then the healer started spamming. I'm like, oh, well, I guess I'll use Rampart then. And yeah, that is true, some random person. That is true. They might not know how much damage they need to prepare for. That is true. But that is also exactly why I'm saying, like, if they're trying to attack a little bit, then it'll get better. But if they're not even trying to attack, then we're not getting very far on that specific department, right? But that is true, that if you've never done a dungeon before, you might not, like a specific dungeon before, you might not know what to expect. But that kind of practice also comes with, like, as you level up and get better at the game, you'll start to learn that, well, the tank can take so much. You'll learn to, like, determine how much time the tank's HP will give you. Like, if you see that the tank is tanking everything, and oh boy, they took, like, 30% of their HP in, like, a big wham from everyone, then you can see from that, oh, well, I can probably, like, this'll take, like, at least 6 seconds before they need any help from me. And then you can meter that out. And that means that you don't even need to be acquainted with the dungeon. You can just be like, well, I can see what's happening right now. Like, right now. But that is often a lot easier to meter out on a boss. Yeah, true, Betelgeuse. It was actually that close. I didn't TP in time. Because sometimes it could also be that someone is just rusty with healing. True! That's also true. Oh boy. Black Mage is gonna get smacked. And you're also that, Fuku. Hope you're doing well, by the way. That, how do you learn that something is dangerous? The most effective way is to just fail. Take some risks, see what happens. It's not that bad to wipe in a dungeon. We wiped in the second boss in Anamnesis Anyder earlier, and we just went again. We almost had it, but we just went again. Put your hand on the stove and see if it's hot. Yeah, these are the kinds of reasons also why I tend to be like, well, that person isn't doing the optimal thing. And we talk about what they could have done. And if it actually becomes a problem, we'll take it there. Sometimes I might give advice, but like in the duty. But there can be many reasons why they're having a hard time. And it's funny how, like, notice that I talked about the healer, but I didn't give a single comment to what the Black Mage or the Machinist was doing. I'm reasonably certain they were playing fine. But I didn't actually check. But the healer cast one too many Cure 2s and suddenly they're the bad guy. Weird, right? Azadialga, hope you're doing well. Red Mage, we're back on the DPS train. Wow! Hey, Young Dun, hope you're doing well. Hey, Swami, hope you're doing well as well. I will queue on 1505. Heal and tank mistakes are far more visible than DPS mistakes. That one, plus very specific DPS mistakes, which I had, like, that is something that I've started to, like, give a little bit more attention in my Mental Roulette videos, is that a Black Mage playing the rotation badly is extremely obvious if you look at it. If you just look at it. And then exactly the Doton thing. Exactly, Kaldia. That a ninja could play perfectly, but sometimes they put down a single target Doton. And the only thing you see is that they put down a single target Doton. That's all you see. I actually also on a previous live, where I believe it was in Siren Song C, where we had a ninja that really liked to use a single target Doton. I reviewed the footage, and I'm like, pretty sure that if you replaced every single target Doton with a Raiton, they were playing pretty fine. Like, that was the one problem. Given that they were maintaining Doton, they probably weren't using as many, like, they wouldn't have been using as many jutsus in their burst as they could, but they were actually doing okay. Like, they were using Trick Attack frequently, they were using Mug frequently, all of that stuff, but then there was single target Doton. Hey, Harry and Mandalore, hope you're doing well. Where do we go now? Oh! E2? I don't think I've done this one in years, aside from some unsynced farming in a Mock Tome event. Say Gastel, hope you're doing well as well. I think I missed you coming in earlier. Spell in waiting. Oh boy, a stack in waiting. Ow. Oh, right. That. The random arm of some sort of demon, I don't know. Well, too lucky. Suffering from success. Devil May Claw. Oh, then I'll just do nothing. Everyone else has got it covered. No, just do nothing. I forgot to use lucid dreaming this whole time. That is what we call not very good. Imagine forgetting to use lucid dreaming, am I right? Who would do that? Why would someone do that? I'll just go way up in the back. So you just look at the boss to look away. It's very Giga Brain strategy. Although the tank, I can't help you, man. Oh, man. Yep, too far away. I'm just gonna get hit. The party was very spread out, so I wasn't sure how else to do that. Hey, Copper Sulfate. Hope you're doing well. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's what I should have done, Red Mail. I couldn't see it, because it was a little too soon, I feel. Yeah. Oh, no, I don't want the loot. Flee! Escape! Clearly not a sweet dreamer, I'm sure of it. Yeah, I forgot to dream. I wasn't dreaming hard enough. Are we finally getting some support a bit more? Noxus somehow managed to drop state by clicking fire 1 on the final boss of Alexandria. Oh, that sucks. The worst part is, because of the super short cast time of fire 1, if you're in Umbral Ice 3 and you click fire 1, it basically just immediately locks in. Like, well, slide cast. Boom. And then you can't do anything. Just accidentally press it and it's just you're cooked. I will queue at 8:30. Or 18:30, sorry. In before Praetorium. That would be... Porta de Cumana would be very in character for me. It feels like every time I get Sage or Scholar, the game goes, well... Hey, here's your Porta de Cumana. Nox, the time you use polyglots is, if you don't know, then you use one when there's 3 of them. If you're not sure, you just send it if you have 3. You don't want to have 3, because then you're gonna forget. Once you know, that's when you can get away with sitting on 3, and then like use it just before you get another one. But if you're not sure, don't sit on 3, ever. Just send it if you hit 3. What? Oh look, Vivi's here. I think I got sniped. A Vivi's here. Wrong Tootle. Yep, wrong Tootle. I don't remember Porta de Cumana looking like this. Yeah, I think Ultimate Weapon put on a few pounds. That paladin was out for blood. As the turtle falls asleep. And take this one too. I think so too, Fern. That actually happens quite frequently, I feel. If I get a Guildhest quite quickly after a different duty, it's extremely likely that another combat mentor that was in the previous one will appear again. Because they're also queuing for Mental Roulette. Gunbreaker time. I will queue when it says 1935. Keldia says, one of the few duties I've failed in Mental Roulette. I have failed Hero on the Half Shell, but I don't believe I failed it in Mental Roulette. But it's very easy to do. So I could see why. It takes the tank not knowing that they shouldn't, like, that they should move. Oh, Halatali again. Or it takes a tank not being quick enough and the DPS and the rest of the party potentially being a little too bloodthirsty. I think we'll just do this much. The healer actually said in chat that they're like they came back and they're very rusty. So let's see. Oh, no attacks. In that case, I can pull more. I can pull. If they're just gonna cast Benefic, then I'll pull more. I thought they were going to attack as well. Then that changes some things, IMO. I've said that before. Part of the reason why you, as a new healer, might feel like you have to spam heal is because if you are spam healing, your party is more likely to play around the assumption that you're going to do that anyway. Like the tank might use less defensive cooldowns because you're just going to spam heal anyway. What's the point? They're not gaining anything from using defensive cooldowns. It just means you just stand there. They actually tried to attack there. Welcome them back with a... I don't think I would ever do a Giga Pull straight into the boss room with randoms like that. But it would be really funny. And if I was the healer, I would be perfectly fine with it. Okay, they are attacking. Now Kai is happy again. I'd just rather not that the returning healer goes, nope, what do you mean attacking? Nope, you have to attack. That's the requirement for me to give you an easier time. You have to use that easier time to also attack a bit. Just a little bit. Oh, Red Mail, I also tend to do Giga Pulls with randoms, but I don't also pull the boss. There's a difference. Like, to do the Giga Pull here, you would have to drag all those mobs into the boss room. It's a really long trek. Mr. Bright says, I thought a wall-to-wall meant I had to pull everything into the boss room. Yeah, that does make sense. Just earlier today, I had someone who said that when they were... I think it was earlier today or it was yesterday. I had someone say that when they learned about wall-to-wall pulling, they pulled all the way to the wall because, well, that's what it's called, right? Wall-to-wall pulling, so... surely the wall is part of the interaction, right? Yep, sorry guys, I'm not moving on. If you don't click the winch, then I will not pull more for you. Then you can swirl around me as much as you like. I'm not pulling more if you don't do the winch. Yeah, that's also a way to do it, Caldia. Just ask. Oh, that's unfortunate, Nox. hopefully we'll have we might have another one, so you can join for the real farm when we actually know how to do it. I almost had it. Didn't manage to press it smartly enough. On Thursday, Fern, we are going to attempt a P12S Unsynced mount farm, which we also tried 2 weeks ago. And, well, we didn't get any mounts. We ended up having to proc the fight, because turns out P12S Unsynced still got hands. So hopefully this time we'll actually get some mounts. Thank you, Gazel says, fun fact, wall-to-wall pull in JP is called matome, meaning to compile, hence nothing about tanks hogging walls necessary. Yep, that makes sense. Yes, she also has tentacles. That is true. She has hands and tentacles, and she has really long hands. I think. What was it we discovered? She has really long arms, and then there's hands at the end. Were the hands long too? Yeah, I've done that too, Red Mail, but I usually have done that as the tank. Just pull off the bridge. But I forgot this time. How about some more mobs? I think this is duty number 10. Nope, the last one was duty number 10. So we actually managed to catch up. Thank you, Girdle. Yeah, that sucks, Red Master. From my end, I just determined that I guess I don't care enough, so I'll just wait. Maybe one day I'll do it when it's like less chaotic to do Fork Tower. Or even try to. Lonely. I am so lonely. Hi, guys. Yeah, from my end, I'll also say I would probably have been more interested in Fork Tower if it was more like the Lupin Regine. Those combusts. Those are the kinds of reasons why I sometimes mention in my guides that a dot is better than your regular attack if it lasts at least X amount of time. Because on the one hand, you'll be like, well, I should be maintaining my dot, right? On the other hand, it might not actually be worth it. Huh. Who was it that I think someone mentioned they were getting their second relic weapon? It was for Poof, right? I would say remember that you can inspect every, like you can examine all of the weapons. So you could like check which one looks the coolest. You could also just buy the materials and then just like decide later. Machinist. Dude, that is a good point, Nox. Hey, Elo. Hope you're doing well. Were you in the Halatali dungeon? LQ when it says 23:55. You were the bard. Oh, yeah, you did actually really well, by the way. I noticed. You were actually helping me with the winches and stuff. The AR relics disappear when you use them to get the Heavensward relics. You lose the actual ARR weapon, but... Oh, 14-minute replacement. But you get the ability to, like... You get permanent access to the glam versions of the Realm Reborn weapons. Normally you'd have to bring the weapon to be able to buy them. But if you use them for the Heavensward relic, then... You can, like, you don't... the game will just act like you permanently have it. So it's only really a problem if, like, you actually wanted to have the actual relic weapon for something. Okay, this is a checkpoint. This is a checkpoint. This is phase 2.
Darkness must be destroyed.
Were they not 2 players? Huh? Oh. Oh, that's really bad. The flare marker just going, what? I'm staying here. You guys move with the stacked marker or whatever. Hey, me, who else? Hope you're doing well. To the limit. I should have used hypercharge earlier.
My soul knows no surrender.
My soul knows no surrender. Ow.
Hope, grant me strength.
Now let's hope the pair stacks are not actually stacked. Nope. Don't do that. Don't cross the beams. I've been there before.
Gleaming steel, light my path.
Gleaming steel, light my path. Oh. Right. Pyretic. Oh dear. The healer that died to it before is the only one alive.
Be gone.
Spawn of Shadow. Pyretic Z is a semi-recurring mechanic that is usually with fire, and yeah, it means stop doing everything. Do nothing. Everything you do hurts you. Auto attacks, boom, take damage every hit. GCDs, OGCDs, you take damage for every single thing you do. If you run, you take damage irregularly as you run. So you basically just untarget the boss and just stop touching the game. Just stop playing for a second.
Must be destroyed.
Otherwise, you'll take a ton of damage. And the Pyretic in this particular fight... Right, I forgot to move. I feel like I was moving plenty, but apparently not enough. He takes your mother, boom, damage. Exactly, cat gets it. Oh, that was a well-timed limit break. Remember when I learned that you can jump to avoid the freeze? The reason why I don't jump to avoid the freeze for Poof is because if like the thing is I forgot to move here, but if you do this, you're constantly moving. If you do this, do you see how there's a like possibly a frame or two where I'm not moving? If the game decides that that's the frame that it's checking, then I get frozen. So I usually like run in 8s when I remember it to make sure. Isn't this the fight that has a counter for limit break? That's correct, Redmaster. If you try to LB the boss here while he's doing nothing, then he'll just hallowed ground. Clad in prayer, I am invincible! And that's why I said he did it right, because the one that used LB used it while the boss was busy. I don't think it has to be a... while he's charging an LB, he just has to be busy. Youngdun says it's kind of like acceleration bomb, but you wait for it to stop instead of waiting for it to activate. Kind of, yeah. For Poof, it's basically, it checks, are you actively doing something when it checks? Which is basically, Deep Freeze is the polar opposite to Pyretic. Except Deep Freeze checks when it's applied. And then just punishes you right then. While Pyretic is until it ends. In a way, I guess Deep Freeze is the polar opposite to Acceleration Bomb. More like. Well, where do we go next? Ninja again. Huh. Nothing wrong with Ninja. It's just funny, there are other jobs that I don't think I've actually drawn in this one or the last set. But Ninja, both times. I'll queue when it says 255. Pyretic into casting Flamethrower if you want to sit back a few seconds. I'm pretty sure that would hurt you a lot, but I have never tested. Alicia says, wasn't there a mechanic for Valiamander that was similar to Deep Freeze? I think it was straight up Deep Freeze, except instead of just freezing you and stunning you, it put you in an ice cube. But I think there were also just attacks that did that. Like, if you got hit by something, it punished you by putting you in Ice Cube. We have a Conjurer. And a Pugilist. And I have a 1-2 combo. Check this out, guys. Epic attack rotation. I think I got sniped. Bart stonks in shambles. Miss. I will queue when it says 335. And... oh man, what are we getting? Level 50 duty? Is it out of wars again on one time? That's amazing! That's amazing! Like, literally just the other day, I was talking with Taldema about the fact that we basically never see Aether Font anymore, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. ether to fortify my front. Eh? The totems, Caitlin? If you mean totems, it's usually 100. Or 99 or 100. I believe it's 99. When we exchange the orange scripts, then that one I don't know. I think maybe Aridel knows that one. You know, regarding the AE in Ether, it's pretty funny because I've sometimes seen it written with the you know, the, I guess, Scandinavian A, which is also an AE. Exactly, Aether font. Purposes also today I learned A is pronounced quite different in Danish and Norwegian. Are you surprised though? Yeah, Ether font is pretty nice. It's a fun dungeon. Although there was something really obnoxious about this part as Black Mage back then. Where you had to like Umbral Soul exactly as you stepped up, otherwise you just land with no state. Speaking of Scandinavian languages, regarding what Popov said, I'm always surprised by how obvious the Swedish accent of English is. .2 Black Mage is a lot more approachable than pre 7.2. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's because you can't pronounce J? I don't think that's why. Swedish has this, like, specific sound to it that sometimes appears. It's really hard to explain, but when you hear it, it's very obvious. And I believe it's a source of just how Swedish is spoken. I really noticed recently, because I've gotten some videos recommended of a channel that makes like short explanations and demonstrations of like music things. And like it took me like 30 seconds to go like, is he Swedish? And yep, he was. And it was because there's that sound. The pitch switching? I don't know. Exactly, synthetic. Precisely Fortitude 2. Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean. That's what I mean. It sounds like some specific movement with their, like, putting their tongue in the back of their throat or something. It's not meant in a negative way. It's something that I don't hear in any other language, but it's very, very clear in Swedish. And when a Swedish person speaks English as well. And it's not like I'm like, oh yeah, and we Danes are perfect by comparison, obviously. Danish, like strong Danish accent of English is... It's an experience. It sounds like someone just trying to speak Danish, but with English words. It's usually accompanied by a really, really... with a Danish word placement. Thank you, Cole. I've been told that I don't have a Danish accent. But I've also been told that the Danish accent is very easy to understand, because it tends to overpronounce words.
stroke.
I'll save one just in case of an emergency. For a second, I thought they were just gonna stand still the whole hammer combo and then be like, oh wait, I don't have any movement now. That would have been glorious. Yeah, that is a good example for Poop. A lot of people will mistake me for being German. However, I've also had some people think that I was French. Usually that's because the first thing they've seen from me is a Red Mage guide of some sort. The ones where Erdal provides pronunciation guides? In a way, you could say that. I do believe most of my guides, at least from Endwalker onward, my Red Mage guide from Shadowbringers, which was like among my first videos, I believe I ran by my pronunciation with another French friend I had at the time. But for Endwalker and onward, it has been mainly Erdal that I've checked French with. How about we do one more to get an even 15, a nice multiple of 5, 15. What is a pointless change you would make to the game if you could? A pointless change? I feel like anything I can come up with that I think would be worth mentioning would be like it wouldn't be pointless. Someone would be like, hey, that's not pointless. By the way, Melissa, I think YouTube ate your comment. Shuffle Chaos and Light Worlds. That would be pretty funny. Just a random shuffle. That would be really funny. Swap the cast bars of Dynamo and Chariot in the OG Coils fight. Oh, in that case, I have a good one. Switch Larboard on Omega 011 to port. So it says port or starboard. I almost said that, Ravenous, but then I thought that would be like swapping left and right on our boss. And that's like... Now you've just made it incorrect. By swapping Labord to port, it's still correct. You could just change it to be port and star, and it's still correct. It's just equally unhelpful. I will... Oh, right. Let me just make sure I actually switch to the job before I queue. I'll go at 950. Within me there are two wolves, Labord and Starboard. That's true, Freelon, but for a lot of people, if they don't know anything about ships, it's like, if you don't know which side is port, then you don't know which side is port. Labord at least has an L in it. Big word is one side, small word is another. I mean, word with L in it is one side, word without L in it is the other. The problem is usually people get hit at the start. And then some don't learn. Oh, you know, Perrin, they could actually do that quite smoothly. They have an attack that is like left-right. Obviously, left means that the boss is going to hit right because they're in front of you. It's their left, and right is their right. But then at some point, they make like a clone behind you. And then when the clone is there, that's the one doing the left and right. So like when it does the left and right, you have to like spin the camera around and be like, oh, the clone is there. In that case, it's the opposite. That's pretty elegant. And really mean. But it's pretty elegant, right? Jose Paul Mac, hope you're doing well. Red Mouse says, move the Aetherites 5 feet to the left just to mess with everyone's muscle memory. Not only would it mess with everyone's muscle memory, it would also make every Aetherite look mega weird. Because the spot it's supposed to be in is right there, and then it's just slightly to the left. Like, just picture any of the big Aetherites, like Limsa Lominsa, and it's like just slightly to the side instead of centered. Uldar, there's that little area, and it's just slightly to the side instead of centered in a little circular room. Even in places where it's like, you could move it 5 feet to the side, it's still like, in most places, it has like a somewhat either symmetrical position or it's like it's placed in the center of something. So if you just move it 5 feet to either side, it's just, oh boy. Kill boxes under the... Oh, that's pretty funny, but I feel like it would become pointless very quickly, wouldn't it? Kill boxes under the map, so the bots hiding under the map just die. Sort Island Sanctuary things alphabetically. One thing I would like on that note on Island Sanctuary is it would be nice if you could just go into a menu and it'll just show you the appropriate items to match with the like weekly things. So you don't have to go, okay, that one's concoction, right? Let me find concoction. Oh, Paul to the commander again. Fantastic. And this level range is weird. I'm pretty sure that hammer on cooldown is worth it. But what's really awkward is that you need exactly an even count of living muses for them to be worth it. The turtle looks different. Yeah, that's weird. Did he go to the gym? What's going on here? The first invuln, I don't get to paint anything. I have a feeling I'm just barely... I have to speed this one. Get it, I think. Never mind, I thought we were further along. A lot further along. Nah, man. How about make the Gridania Market Ether Shard closer to the Leather Worker Guild? That could work. Alternatively, add an Ether Shard near the market in Gridania. Do we have an Ice Mage? Or is it a Balance Mage? It's a Balance Mage, I think. Nope, I actually have no idea. I don't think there's any rhyme or reason to what they're doing. They use Fire 3 sometimes. Are they doing that to get Thunderheads, or what's going on here? It's a mage! Aha! The MP never drops. Yeah, exactly. It's because now they're spamming Blizzard 3, but I saw them cast Fire 3 once. I'm guessing they did it to get access to Thunder. So I'm guessing they're like, well, I need to maintain my dot. And then everything else, like all other logic, just falls apart after that. Because they then go, but I want to be an Ice Mage. A non-fire mage. A magical feat and Tangle Rat. Oh, we're doing well. And a fill. Oh, we're doing well. Yeah, exactly, Fortitude. There's actually a lot that have said that. So it does not surprise me. The weirdest part here is that it seems like they're casting Blizzard 3 specifically. They're not casting ice spells, they're specifically casting Blizzard 3 and Fire 3. Sometimes, Freelon, I'm just saying, if everyone dodges avoidable damage in phase 1, a Scholar or Sage can cast 0 spells. Like 0 healing spells. I don't know if a tank taking unnecessary damage will actually break that, but too many unavoidable, avoidable hits by anyone else, and suddenly the Scholar or Sage will have to cast something. Woe is me.
But the Ultima weapon is more powerful. Why does my enemy still stand?
Fern says, just had a Sprout healer yank my tank bot through the paw full wall to wall, no exception, and was sad that there was no drama. Wait, was the healer sad, or were you sad that there was no drama? Oh, Freelan, you don't have to convince me about that. If you check basically any of my Scholar or Sage mental roulette videos, you'll find that pretty much every time I get Porta de Gomana once, and you'll see that in the portion that I show, I'm basically playing chicken with everyone's HP. Or at the very least, I only cast something if it actually is full value. Like, I'll wait until people are low enough that they get maximum healing from that physis or whatever. And I even in some of them go over the fact that, did you know that every MP tick, like every 3 seconds, you also regen 1% of your HP? And you can use that in Porta de Gomana. Like, I know how to greed. You don't have to tell me. I know. But what I'm saying is, if the tank greeds too hard and takes damage they didn't need to take, then it might actually mean that you have to, like, spend a thing. Maybe. Maybe. I actually doubt it. Always famous last words. Well, Phil, you have seen how I play. I greed very little. Francis, the healer was sad there was no drama. That is... And it was a Sprout. That makes me think it's an ult. And if they're sad that there was no drama, it makes me think that they were actively trying to get a rise out of you. They were trying to get on your nerves. That's weird.
For my god to be reborn.
Hey Sally, hope you're doing well.
The hour is at hand. Behold, but a sliver of my god's
And yeah, exactly, Melissa. That's also something that you can make use of as a healer. Like, Porta de Gomana does damage so with so much space in between them that you have a lot of time to really think about how you want to do it. And that also means that a healer can get away with just letting the DPS and the tank think a little bit about how they want to do it. Like, I don't have to do anything. Are you scared? Well, maybe you should do something then. Kai needs to play more melee DPS. Gotta learn to greed. I main Black Mage. No worries, Freelon. I can never be sure if people are talking to me or someone else. In the Savage Raid stream recently, I thought someone was talking to me, realized they might have been talking to someone else, and then I assumed they were talking to someone else, only to find that they were actually talking to me. So, for the most part, I just assume you're talking to me if you don't add someone in your comments.
What strength you had left.
Yeah, Agent Monica mentioned being a little bit worried.
Is broken.
Black Mage doesn't even optimize auto attacks. Where's the greed? Ley lines, Perrin. You put down ley lines and the bosses just go target acquired. And then you greed.
But first, I must deal with you.
The thing is, that sleep is a spell, which means that any value it can provide is immediately put up against an attack you could have done instead. And when you remember that healers don't want to cast, like, Cure 2 if they can help it, you wouldn't want to cast Sleep if it's not massively helpful. That's the kind of reason why Sleep isn't getting used very much. Did I just cancel my painting a fraction of a second before it finished? That's really annoying. But yeah, sleep has its uses. It's just it's super rarely helpful. Your general question, though, see, I agree. A lot of players basically never ever use their interrupts or their stuns or arm's length, unless it's like for specifically knockbacks, even though it can be helpful as a defensive cooldown if you get aggro. Real Name says, what do you like about Black Mage that makes you main it? I think it's entertaining to perform the transpose swaps and such, despite people memeing that, oh, it's basically just spamming one you have to come to us, buddy. That it's just spamming Fire 4 all the time. I don't quite agree. You're going to die if you don't move. But I enjoy Black Mage. Hey Lotus, hope you're doing well. And nowadays, Black Mage has a huge amount of mobility, yeah. The biggest thing that makes me enjoy Black Mage at the moment, especially, is that Black Mage, among all DPS jobs almost, pretty much all DPS jobs, even among tanks and just, like, not really healers, but basically among all DPS, most definitely. Black Mage is like the DPS that can just, like, nowadays, it does not care if it's told that it can't attack for a bit. It does not care. It'll just be like, okay, I'll just move over here and continue my rotation from where I left it. Because it has no timers. The only, like, real timers it has is, you know, Polyglot, of course, and the amplifier that it wants to use. But Ley Lines has 2 charges. So you can just go, oh, there's no convenient time to put my Ley Lines down, so I just won't. Like, after I've been playing Black Mage a lot more on this specific patch, I've specifically noticed how many other jobs really, really suck when a boss forces them to go somewhere or step away for a second or whatever like that. A lot of them, like, are just really like, oh, that's annoying. Black Mage, it's also mildly annoying, but your rotation isn't going to break over it. Also, I'm noticing that I'm being really late with actually painting my hammers. I should be better about that. But yeah, it's like, there's also the part that, for instance, Black Mage can get kind of fancy with its AoE rotation. And it can get fancy with its single tag rotation. Like, there are things you can do to be smart about it. Which I would say is a lot more, like, especially on the AoE part, than a lot of other jobs can. And yeah, that's great, Cat. That is like, that's the thing, is that I specifically enjoy the fact that my job can just be like, yeah, I don't care. I'll just do my own thing. But others like being able to like play around the specific oddities or whatever of their particular job. It's mommy. Enjoy work, or try to. I have a feeling the Black Mage is not going to cast Meteor. This is going to get down to the wire, it feels like. Optimally, the Black Mage should have used Limit Break. But that's the problem a lot of the time. Optimally, you have the player that does the like less damage do the Limit Break. But if the reason they're doing less damage is because they don't know better, then they're not going to be the one using the Limit Break. Like, they're straight up not. I can see that, real name. But see, here's the thing. I liked Black Mage already before the change. Like, I played through the MSQ of Dawntrail with Black Mage. Every time. Ended up being Black Mage, I believe. Actually, no, 7.1 I did as Warrior instead, but 7.0 and 7.2 I did as Black Mage. And I've played Black Mage plenty in previous expansions. It's just that when it comes to hard content, Black Mage was just too involved, so I didn't feel like it was a solid choice. And many have said that Black Mage was typically a job that you'd figure out the fight as Red Mage or Summoner, and then you'd bring Black Mage once you'd spreadsheeted it if you're like an optimizer, like something really wanting to bring it. But that's not how I roll. I don't want to do that. So the simplification has gotten makes it a lot easier to do. Also, hey, Christoph, hope you're doing well. Caster limit breaks are all equal in power. Ranged physical limit breaks are all equal in power. Melee limit breaks are all equal in power. The logic is more that the Black Mage in the party we just had was extremely underperforming on the damage, which meant that if they were the ones to do the limit break, then it would have been better for the team because I was doing more damage, and spending 10 seconds of my rotation, which was doing more damage, on casting a limit break is worse than having the Black Mage spend 10 seconds of their rotation. And it is not because Black Mage is weak, it was because they were playing the job wrong. No worries. Optimally, we would have had a melee DPS to do it. But we didn't. We had... I don't know, Blizzard 3 Mage? And that is correct, Militia. Limit Break ignores weakness and Brink of Death. Another interesting thing is that, roughly speaking, if you have Limit Break 3 and at least 2 players are dead, if the fight is going to be continuing for at least 2 minutes, then Healer LB3 is actually going to be better. Roughly speaking. Yeah, pretty much, GL. It did seem like they were... Like, I didn't look at it the whole time, but it looked like their rotation was spam Blizzard 3, use Fire 3, Thunder, and then Blizzard 3, and then, like, they could Thunder again at some point. Do buffs apply to Limit Break? Nope. Debuffs also don't apply to Limit Break. Like, if the boss has a debuff, it doesn't apply to Limit Break. The only thing that can apply to Limit Break is sometimes a boss might have an effect that it itself applies to the Limit Break. I've been told that a damage buff in P8S, which is a specific boss, actually affects the Limit Break damage. But yeah, Limit Break damage is calculated by taking the average item level of your party's weapons. That is the only stat that affects the damage of Limit Break. And it is in the Mythbuster, it is in a Mythbuster video I put out. That specific fact. And if you don't believe me, you can test this as much as you like by enabling Explorer mode, which is here. Enter any dungeon. There you will have a menu where you can use the 3 limit breaks. And then you just change weapons. Or jobs for that matter, and you'll see different damage numbers based on the weapons you have. If you bring a friend, you'll also notice that their weapon affects your limit break. What setting did you use to make your Muse storage gauge look like that? It's the simple mode. So low-level weapon of one party member has a huge effect? It could have, yeah. But simultaneously, if you had a party where a specific party member has a particularly bad weapon, they would probably also be the best user of the limit break because their damage is probably going to be lowest. Unless it's like, you know, the guy with the lowest item level weapon is like, I don't know, a samurai, and it's in the middle of burst, and you have a dancer, and they're partnering they might not partnering the samurai, but you get my point. Is that there can be exceptions, but usually the DPS with the lowest item level weapon will be negatively impacting the power of the limit break, but they'll also possibly be the best user of it. Do we know the limit break formula? I don't know it. I don't know it. What I can say is that I have a little bit more data points. Because I've done like some more research on limit breaks. At item level 745, I could observe a limit break doing about 1.15 million damage. But apparently at 765, it's closer to 1.3 million. Remnant says, I believe it's on the wiki. On the wiki, it just tells you that there's like the general comparison point between the limit breaks. Like they'll say that the range limit break is about 10% weaker than the mage limit break, and like relative to the other limit breaks. They don't actually show a formula as far as I know. And that's what I said, Z. That's what I said. I said it's based on the average item level of your party's weapons. Would Unreal logs tell you numbers? I mean, if you check it, it'll probably show a number, but if everyone has, like, high enough item level gear, it'll be... it'll be an item level 695 weapon. But yeah, you could probably... My recommendation on the way you could try and figure it out is, for example... grab, if you have an item level 690 weapon, melee job weapon, a item level 700 weapon, and an item level 710 weapon, 720, 730, 740, 750, and 760, you could, like, draw a plot. Thank you, Ardell. And if you could have even more data points, like, you would be able to, like, just draw exactly how it is. But given that 20 item levels based on my recent testing, 20 item levels is worth more than 10% more damage on the limit break, because on 745 it's 1.15 million, and it's for limit break 3, by the way, and 765 is 1.3 million. So it is presumably some sort of exponential scaling. Those limit breaks have damage variance? Yes, but it's very small. Like, if you don't, like, I would say you don't need to account for damage variance to get a reasonable result. If you were to test this, it would probably be reasonable to, like, do a few tests to, like, say, okay, it's probably around this much. But nowadays, the limit break variance is, like, I'm pretty sure it's 1% or less. Maybe says, I think since past Unreals have different item level caps, that could probably give you a small spread. I don't know why Unreals would help, Vivi, because there's only one Unreal, and once an Unreal, like, cycles out, it's gone. Isn't all damage 0.95 to 1.05? Apparently not, Phil. Specifically, limit breaks are not. But that's probably why it used to be that way. Well, Vivi, part of the problem is that... So, let me show you. Let me show you how I would test this. And take note that in Explorer mode, you cannot be synced. That doesn't work. Like, you cannot both be synced and also in Explorer mode. Notice that I've enabled Explorer mode. Actually, I'm gonna do this just to try and see if it actually would work. I'm gonna test if it works, but I don't think it will. Level 100. Why did Kai go into Sastasha? Because in Explorer mode, I have a limit break button. So I can just do this. And just spam. And test as many times as I want. Alone. But because there's no syncing in Explorer mode, you have to have the weapon. Like, you actually need to have it. As Freelon says. That's why I'm like, you would need to have a 690 weapon, a 700 weapon, a 710, a 720, 730, 740, 750, 760 to test this. You don't need to have these, but basically what I'm saying is the more increments, like the more different item levels you have, the more data points you can get. It would be nice if they were just more transparent of the math, but I guess people would min-max stuff even more. They already do. But the good news, Vivi, is that the way they've designed it, it usually doesn't really matter. Like, it's not like you can control it. It's like, what would you do with the information of how limit break scales? Okay, so in conclusion, I want the highest item level weapon I can get. which you already wanted, right? It's like, what min-maxing are you gonna do? Thank you for celebrating 17 months as part of the Cult of the Pink Cat. Limit broken. Thank you so much. You've been assumed to be German again? By who? Short Autism Brain says, but how and why? Yeah. That would be why. But my best suggestion for that is, if you want to know, is to do that. Just, like, the thing is, you don't need them to be item level 690 to 760. That would actually be the hardest weapon collection to get, because it's the new weapons. Like, to get a 760 weapon right now, you would need to complete M7S. But let's say you instead just, like, you don't, like, you could take the whole list, like, a little bit like Freelon suggested. I think there are some weapons you could skip. But, for instance, you could just go down here. Just grab an item level 1 weapon, an item level 10 weapon, an item level 20s weapon, an item level 30s weapon, just all the way up. And there will be some jumps at some point, but you could just grab a bunch of weapons and see how it impacts the damage. Cole says, did the Mythbusters video consider, like, how much lower would the item level of all 7 other people's weapons besides the melee using LB1 for it to actually be a DPS loss? Cole, I didn't go over that, but I explained how you could figure out if it was. And the reason why I didn't is because like how much, like you'd basically need to take how much is your filler DPS? How much filler DPS are you doing? And then I believe LB1 is 4.1 seconds? Something like that. And depending on how you set it up, you'll spend some amount of that 4.1 seconds with your GZD ready. And that's the DPS you're losing, right? Your filler DPS amount times the amount of seconds. But if it's the filler rotation, it's incredibly unlikely that you can actually out-DPS a melee LB1. But if you can, there you go. And that's what I explained. I explained how to figure that out. Like, test how much damage does your LB1 do. Optimally, you have your whole party there. And then you try and see if you can beat that with your filler rotation. The reason why it's the filler rotation is because, well, you're not using it in your burst, right? So the long story short is that the moving parts to get the answer to that question, Cole, are too many. So I didn't cover it. I just explained how you'd be able to test it. How can you change the list of muses like that? That visual there, Fern? I already actually showed it like a few minutes ago. All job gauges have this option. It's just that specifically the Pictomancer one is really fancy. Usually when you switch between a simple and non-simple, it's like that simple. That there is simple. There's a pretty big difference here. While the Pictomancer one looks like they replace the like the physical objects with like tablets or something. Like the whether it is really fancy or not is job specific. Because sometimes simple looks like this. And sometimes it looks like this. Fern, I use 0 mods. I don't even use something to change like shaders or anything. How's it, Tifon? Hope you're doing well. Spain Sip and Aerodel. Okay. I have moderators. But yeah, my suggestion for the math behind limit breaks would be to like do that, like grab like a large selection of weapons for a specific job, and then like test limit breaks on a striking dummy in explorer mode with different weapons. Hey, Emily. Hope you're doing well, and thank you so much for the support, and welcome back to the Cult of the Pink. Thank you so much. That way you would be able to test it. I will say, if you find out like a relatively accurate like math for like how melee LB scales, you can just test LB1, by the way, just melee LB1. If you just figure out how that one works, I'm pretty sure that the console games wiki has the relative damage difference of all of them. So like, if you figure out the math of one of them, you just like parentheses and then just times some multiplier for all the other ones, and boom, there you go. So you technically only need to test one. And I believe the fastest LB1 is the melee LB1. So that would be the most time efficient to do. But for the most part, I'm guessing the reason why people haven't gone through the motions of figuring that out is because even if they had the math, it's just like, what would you do with it, right? I guess if you had the math, you would be able to, on a whim, just be like, well, relatively speaking, the limit break is going to do this much damage for our party without even testing. Ranged physical has the longest LB1. I believe ranged physical and mage LB1 is equal. Then, and I believe their LB2s are also equal, but I do believe that the mage LB3 is the longest. I'm pretty sure. But it takes a while for that meteor to land, so, you know. I believe the mage LB, just off the top of my head, is 10.1 seconds. But I might be messing that up, because I happen to know that's also the total length of the healer LB3. Oh yeah, Melissa, that's also why I said it should be equal to the mage LB1. I mean, that would still make it the longest. You know what, Phil? Let's check. Melee LB1 is 3.86 seconds for one, but 2... No, sorry, melee LB1 is 5.86 in total, because it also has a cast time. Melee LB2 is 6.86, and LB3 is 8.2 seconds in total. Ranged physical is 5.1 seconds, LB2 is 6.1 seconds, and LB3 is 8.2 seconds. Mage LB1 is 5.1 seconds, same as ranged physical. LB2 is 8.1 seconds, so same as ranged physical. And Mage LB3 is 12.6 seconds, beating the Healer LB, which is 10.1 seconds. But on that note, that actually means that the fastest LB1s would be Ranged or Mage. Although I think the fastest one, if you wanted to test a bunch, would be Ranged LB1. Because for Mage LB1, you know, you'd have to target it. You'd, like, it's a placeable thing, so you have to, like, double-click. Whereas with Range, you just mash it while targeting the striking dome and you're good. And that's correct, Red Mail, that Monk and Viper, especially among melee DPS, have a particular advantage in lining up the LB. Because Monk can use 6-sided star to spend close to 4 seconds in GCD doing the limit break. And Viper can do Ouroboros. So, like, in a way, that means that there are certain jobs that are more or less impacted on their actual damage output. Okay, hope you're doing well. And yet, the other factor, and I think that's the one Cole is also looking at, the other factor is how, first of all, how much damage the job is bringing to the table. With, like, their actual filler rotation and such, and also how negatively impacted they would be by having to LB. A samurai losing 8 seconds of their rotation totally destroys their whole, like, fancy 1-minute rotation. Meanwhile, Dragoon is like it just pushes back their 10-step loop. It doesn't really impact their burst. Not really. And just to be clear, we're assuming that it's during filler. So yeah, you would have to do it so that it doesn't overlap with a jump or something. That is an interesting point, Emily, that it would mean you'd have to Chaotic Spring combo twice. I hadn't considered that. Dragoon equals Monk equals Ninja. And then Viper, and then Samurai, and then Reaper. Yeah, you are too late to snipe me, Kay. I mean, if it's Dragoon equals Monk equals Ninja, then that doesn't mean Dragoon is at the top. It means that there's 3 jobs at the top. But I suppose, like, if you read it left to right, you'd see that Dragoon is at the top. But that would also be what I was thinking. Viper, Samurai, and Reaper are all, like, either heavily gauge builders. And their rotation can be somewhat strict in some way in the case of Samurai. Whereas Ninja, during their filler, do they actually care about losing a bit of their filler? Probably not really. And Monk, I mean, it can be a little annoying if, like, the rotation is just crisp, but it doesn't really matter, once again. Dragoon has a lot of things that are, like, shuffling around, so I could see how there's, like, a bunch of things that would be really annoying. But Dragoon does have that detail that, just like Monk and Ninja, it's also one of those that apply a raid buff. Yeah, exactly, Sally. That's what I was thinking. I remember, I think it was a Ninja. I'm pretty sure it was Ninja Mentor Roulette, where I got the third Dawntrail trial, and I'm pretty sure I used Limit Break 3 times. And I was like, yeah, what am I losing? It's not during my burst. Like, I will gladly trade my Armor Crush and Aeolian Edge for this. Gladly. Go ahead. And for Ninja, it definitely costs like 3 to 4 GCDs. But... And? Anyway, this is probably a good time to wrap up the stream. We've also just been talking for a while. So, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream and like other people's enjoyed as well. So, thank you so much in advance. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link in the chat right there. There you will find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. I usually update it Sunday or Monday. And you could also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams when I put them out. And if you grab the reminder role in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I post a video or stream, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you can catch it right when we go live. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, I would have posted a Ko-Fi link in the chat right there. It all helps support me and the channel directly, so I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. But that'll be all from me tonight. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where I am in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.